Okay. All right, we're live.
All right, everyone. Welcome to this election night broadcast, streaming it from the outpost of the Federalist, where we've gathered together some of our writers and broadcasters who've been covering and going around the country writing about this election 2020. I'm Ben Domenech, the publisher of the Federalist. I'll be with you for a chunk of the night, and we'll be responding to a lot of the things that we see going on across the country. But we know that there's not so much to talk about right now at the opening. Before we get started, maybe you can all kind of go down the line and talk a little bit about your experiences in covering this 2020 election. Chris Bedford, Emily Jashinsky, and Dave Marcus are here. Chris, I know that you have crisscrossed the country and gone to a lot of different events, looked at these issues from a number of different perspectives, and particularly you spent a good bit of time in the states that many people expect to be the decision makers in this 2020 election. What are your thoughts on this election night about the certain things that will be sticking out to you, that you'll be paying attention to, the dynamics of this race going into it?
So we went to Pennsylvania a few times, one for a rally in Latrobe, and then back with Dave Marcus over here, and then to Michigan and Wisconsin with John, flew up from Texas. And before that, was able to drive across the country and see what it was like during COVID, back when the campaigns were basically suspended. Like, no one was really doing that much. One of my big takeaways is there's been a real separation in the professional political operations here in Washington, D.C. between what the political guys think and what the data guys think. And that's not incredibly uncommon. But the data guys have been largely, especially on the right, been largely pessimistic about the president's chances of re-election. And whereas the political guys who are going out there and meeting people and on the ground and seeing the enthusiasm have thought differently and thought, no, you guys are missing something. There's obviously something here, 2016 on steroids plus COVID. And after traveling through those states, the amount of people, and a little bit of time in Minnesota, the amount of people who are Democrats, lifelong Democrats, or apolitical, like maybe they voted for Mitt Romney, most of them voted for Barack Obama or didn't vote, who are hardcore for President Donald Trump. Just talking to folks in Massachusetts, states that aren't contested, who don't care about politics, who are going for Donald Trump for the first time ever. That makes me think that it's impossible to model. It makes me feel bad for the pollsters whose entire ability to literally model is to use models from past elections that don't work remotely.
One of the things that is going to be a really interesting dynamic, Emily, this time around is the questions regarding the people that Donald Trump may have won in 2016 but lost in 2018, or the Republicans lost in the midterms. And that obviously has focused, from the perspective of most media entities, on suburbanite women who have disliked the president's attitude in office. They don't like the tweets. They're made uncomfortable by a lot of the racial tension that's happened in the country. I'm curious about one particular state, which you have a connection to, which is Wisconsin, where that seems to be expected to have an outsized role, where there are all these different folks who, maybe they wanted the Paul Ryan version of the Republican Party, the kind of nice guy version of the Republican Party. They don't like the animosity as much between the president and his opponents. Tell me a little bit on the perspective you have on that, because you've been talking to so many different people over the past couple of weeks across the country who are paying attention to those issues.
Right, and credit to Chris and I think John Davidson for reporting out that the people in the suburban Milwaukee area maybe wanted the Paul Ryan Republican Party and were turned off enough by Donald Trump's style that they ended up going for, that they perhaps will end up going for Biden. I have a story up on the Federalist today. I spoke to someone in a group that did a 22-week focus group. So it started around June, just as the pandemic was kind of stretching further than everyone expected it to, of suburban voters in 15 battleground states. Now, a lot of corporate media entities have had reporters sort of parachuting in to these counties, particularly to those WOW counties in Wisconsin, outside Milwaukee. They send a lot of reporters to kind of parachute in for a couple of days and then leave and come away with all these conclusions that fit their pre-baked narratives. They already have the headlines written, as Dave likes to say. But the focus group found something really interesting, a very interesting dynamic. They came away from it with the conclusion that suburban voters, many of them, prioritize what they phrase as style over substance. So they are turned off enough by Trump that they will, perhaps vote for Biden. But what's interesting about that is overwhelmingly, that's a quote, overwhelmingly, the reason for it, the reason that they don't even want to engage in a conversation about Donald Trump is based on what this advisor to the group described to me as the quote, book club test. They are petrified of being Trump voters. They are petrified of telling other people that they're Trump voters. And I think that that's true. That was told to me and reported in the story that this is universal across the battleground states. There is no difference between Atlanta, Maricopa County, Waukesha County. Yep. This is across the board.
We saw that in central Wisconsin, a pretty rural area where they were doing ATV parades and boat parades. And I was curious. I love the boat parades. I think they're really interesting. I've never seen that for a candidate before. But
I'm sorry, you missed the Perot boat parade.
Yeah, and there might have been Perot boat parades, but there were not Mitt Romney boat parades. But these guys pointing out, and this place went 70-30 for Trump or more, this county, as a former Democratic county, that a lot of these guys are business owners, and part of the boat parade is anonymity. You get to go out there, you're with your friends, you're drinking beer, you wave the flag, you have a hoo-ah, but no one can really tell who you are, and no one's going to boycott your business, and it's not a sign in your window or on your yard, which they don't want to do even there.
It was very amusing to me to see the Amish version of that boat parade this week. So Dave, you have a perspective on this, both from traveling, as Chris mentioned, but also from being in New York City, which has kind of become a flashpoint for this entire campaign, as a kind of representative of this is the way that Democrats approach the coronavirus. This is the way that they are going to approach things, and that they're going to export this nationally from New York City and from California under a Biden presidency, have a lockdown that essentially is eternal. And that's something that the president certainly leaned into heavily in his closing arguments as he was barnstorming around the country. What's your perspective on that, both as a New Yorker and as someone who's been kind of up close to this issue, writing about it, not just for us, but for the New York Post as well?
Well, yeah, I mean, certainly the coronavirus started very much, after the brief situation in Seattle, very much as the New York City story. And I felt for a very long time that one of the mistakes that at least the media made, I think Trump avoided this mistake, but the media really wanted this national one-size-fits-all plan, under which I would imagine
they explicitly demanded it.
They did,
in fact.
And so even though there was no reason why places like South Dakota should be living under the same rules as New York, the concept was, we all have to do this. And,
I think more people live in my building in New York.
And so, look, this election is always going to be tied to the coronavirus, and it works both ways. The worst possible time when this virus could have hit the United States was during a presidential election, because there was no way to avoid politicizing it. One of the things that I'm very much looking forward to, hopefully tomorrow or whenever we know what the result is that we can stop thinking about things like the vaccine in terms of who does it help, who does it hurt, what happens with the horse race, and we can do the normal thing, which is to say, oh my goodness, I hope the vaccine works so we can get back to normal, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, the election impacted all of our response to the virus, but also the virus very much impacted the election. And I think, if you're on the ground in New York right now, it's still substantially locked down. There are still people who, I would say there are more masks on the street now than there were 2 months ago. If that is the vibe of the country, if the country is in fact terrified of the coronavirus, that's very bad news for Donald Trump. If the country feels like things are getting better, like we are rounding a corner, then that's going to help a lot. And I don't know that we have any way of knowing that.
My question then, we were kind of wondering this, talking to voters, is why does fear of the coronavirus translate into voting for a senile guy with the same plan? It's just anger. It's just who's in charge.
Let's get into that for a second, because to me, this is kind of the biggest area of. There's so many different areas of media irresponsibility here, and we should say, or I should at least say, because I don't know if you all agree with me, this election, more than any other in my life, has been run and dictated by the national media. They essentially are the Democratic organizers and dictators of what he ought to do, what he ought to speak, when he ought to speak, where he ought to say it. They dictated so many elements of, and even you even see that in like the way that they translated criticism without publicizing it. I think a signature moment of that was Don Lemon going on CNN, going on CNN.
Sorbet.
We appreciate, by the way, the baby gift, Don Lemon. I'm not kidding. He sent a baby gift.
Nice one.
Yeah, it's nice. The thing that is interesting about what he did, though, is he went on TV with Chris Cuomo and he started complaining about the lack of response from Joe Biden to the riots during summer. And he said something that I thought was very interesting, which is he said, we see all this happening in focus groups and polls. You know, that people are not, they want Joe Biden to talk about this. They don't like the fact that he's not doing it. And almost immediately, the Biden campaign announced that they would be doing something. And, you know, he obviously he gives this speech, which doesn't change anything, but allows him to check the box of I've given a speech. At that point, there were no CNN public polls or focus groups that they had been doing on this issue. Like they had not publicized anything like that.
They were the secret polls.
And we all know that there are polls and that there are focus groups that are made public, and then there are the ones that happen behind the scenes.
Hunter Biden knows about the secret polls.
Yes. And so from my perspective, one of the things we saw this time around was the media dictating what Biden did on a very regular basis. And one particular area that they seem to have no interest in whatsoever was digging into what he will actually do if he's elected president differently than the president.
I mean, I literally don't know.
Well, there isn't.
Other than very nicely asking lots of mayors and governors to assert authoritarian powers they do not have to force people to wear masks, I really don't know what he's got.
And just to reiterate exactly what you just said, this is the first election I've ever seen or read about where it's not just the media as a third arm of the campaign. They are the campaign. They're running it. It's wild.
But let's add the most, I think, important point to all of this, which is that tech has joined the corporate media. Corporate tech industry, Silicon Valley, has joined forces to supplement the corporate media's control over this election. And we've seen them exert their power in unprecedented ways, in ways that made me, on the weekend before the election, spend essentially the entire weekend researching issues of like chemical addiction and all of those important questions, because I'm watching big tech in the days before the election really manipulate the public in ways that it's almost unthinkable when you look at the Hunter Biden story, whether or not you think it impacts a voter, whether or not you think it's fair, whether or not you think it's Russian disinformation, which has been roundly disproved at this point and was laughable on its face within hours of the story coming out. Whatever you think of it, that has an impact. And they're literally taking their cues from the media and from the campaign. And so you have this three-headed monster working in concert against anything that dissents from their full line.
And one other element of that, I think, is that the incoherence of big tech is played to the advantage of the left. So within these organizations, Twitter's policy on anything on a weekly basis is basically Calvin Ball. It's whatever they feel like, okay? But what happens is that the leftists within those organizations assert themselves. They say, this is the standard. We're not letting this happen. And I mean, to talk about the Hunter Biden story for a second, the creepiest thing to me was not that there was some flagging justified or something like that. That's something that you could dispute. It was they weren't even letting people direct message the story. That's really creepy. That's China level, like, we're going to shut this down. You can't even share this thing running in one of America's major newspapers.
And they're not elected officials. They have a company.
So, but Dave, just in terms of your perspective on this, it seemed like one of the things that happened was that the attitude of the media was basically, if you have a D after your name, you get no real questions in terms of, you know, what kind of things you're trying to achieve when it comes to the coronavirus. On the flip side, you get a huge number of questions if you have an R after your name. I think we saw this most definitively in the person of Andrew Cuomo, who basically had, from my perspective, an incoherent response, but seemed very assertive about it and was kind of gabbing with the media and getting away with all this stuff that I think, had the politics of Donald Trump and Andrew Cuomo shifted, that everything would have been reversed. He would have been getting the tough questions about why is New York leading the country and all of these deaths, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, listen, to go back to Chris's original question about, why is the coronavirus issue playing so much better for Biden than it does for Trump? I do think that in the first couple of months, I would say from January through at least most of April, the communications effort from the administration was horrible.
Yeah.
One of the things, and people might recall this, and it was actually the first thing I ever wrote about the coronavirus. I believe it was on March 10th. Trump goes on Hannity, right? And at that point, the World Health Organization was saying that this had a 3 or 4% mortality rate.
Yeah.
Had that been true, you're talking 8 to 10 million
Yes.
deaths. I mean, this is horrifying, right? Trump goes on Hannity and he says, I've got a hunch that that's probably closer to like 0.5.
Yeah.
And everybody, myself included, excoriated. I'm like, you can't talk about a public health crisis and say you have a hunch.
Yeah.
That doesn't work. But at the same time, it turned out that he was right. And we now know that that is exactly where the mortality rate is. So I do feel like if they had been more successful early on in comms, and they did get better, that may have changed. But I think the die was cast at that point. And even Trump himself, I mean, Trump was asked recently about how he'd grade the response, and he said, on the response, I'd give us an A. On PR, I'd give us a D+. And I think he's right.
We're going to take a quick break as we have some more information coming in, and then we'll come back and rejoin.
I think I have one thing we could probably drop right now.
Oh,
it looks
sure.
like Mark Warner is one in Virginia. Mr. Cohen at Forum, Democratic Senator, first of the night. And I'm just looking here, some interesting preview. We can get into this later because it's just a preview in Miami-Dade County. We're looking at 2016. Clinton won that 624,000 votes to 333. Right now, with about 84% of the vote, Joe Biden's ahead by a much smaller margin. It's like 45-55 right now. And that does not bode well for Democrats in Florida.
And I would say, I think we saw some previews of that in national media, the New York Times, Politico, et cetera, all running critical pieces about what Democrats had going on in Florida and talking quite openly, I think, about the surge in support for the president among a lot of Hispanic communities. We're going to take a quick break, then we'll come back with more of the Federalist coverage of election 2020. Thank you so much for tuning in and joining us. We have a lot more coming. And we're back, boys and girls. Thanks for staying. I'm Domenech, publisher of the Federalist, and I'm joined here tonight by our crew for this evening: Chris Bedford, Emily Jashinsky, and Dave Marcus. So we have a number of different things to talk about. But first off, Chris, we have to give some credit where due to the Senate Majority Leader, Mitch McConnell, who just won his very, very expensive re-election effort. Many Democrats poured tons of money into his opponent, Amy McGrath, but she was not able to pull anything off. And we have some fine Kentucky bourbon whiskey here tonight to celebrate that. The point being, as always, a reminder that bourbon only comes from Kentucky. There is no such thing as Brooklyn bourbon. Legally.
That's a Schumer argument right there.
But wait, if we're celebrating McConnell, aren't we missing something here?
Yes, exactly.
Not that kind of night, guys.
Sorry, not yet.
Not here.
So the thing that I think is really going to be interesting about the way these Senate races play out is we saw an enormous amount of expenditure, and we have seen in recent cycles in a lot of different states where it was, a real upward haul for Democrats to knock off an incumbent Republican senator. And obviously McConnell always attracts this kind of attention. But in particular, we saw this in South Carolina with Lindsey Graham, where, people just poured money into that race. Now, look, we don't know what the result is there yet, but I will say that if at the end of the day, you end up having a Senate where Democrats either have it evenly divided, which I think is very conceivable, or are even down by one, where Republicans retain control, you have to go back and look at this and basically say, are Democrats repeating their Beto O'Rourke problem of like looking at a shiny object, throwing a ton of money at them, and being, maybe not as aware of certain races that might sneak up on them? As we saw, there's been polling in Michigan that shows it very close there between John James and Gary Peters. You had one random poll which might turn out to be valid in Minnesota, which showed that race to be very tight. What do you guys think about the Senate, and what are your thoughts in terms of the races that you're watching and any of these sleeper aspects?
Well, I'll just jump in right away and say there's something really funny, Ben, about the fact that you said our Democrats repeating their Beto problem, because John Ossoff is really the original Beto.
I'm glad you said it right.
Yeah, of course I said it right.
Beto.
Kamala and Beto.
I just don't want to call her Harris.
But John Ossoff is really the original Beto. He was the person who, right after 2016, everybody was saying, this is the guy who's going to help Democrats make those inroads with suburban voters. He was running in Newt Gingrich's district at the time. And Ossoff is on the ballot again this year for Senate in a race that the corporate media has been hyping up as one that's too close to call. So I think I'm curious to ask you guys on this question of, are Democrats repeating their Beto problem? What do we think is happening with the Georgia Senate race?
All of this sort of like pie in the sky stuff about, we're going to beat McConnell. It reminds me of like the Philadelphia 76ers over the past like 10 or 12 years. It's just this sort of like trust the process, right? We got a great draft pick, and we're going to put it all together. And it just never bore any fruit. And so, yeah, I mean, I think that notion of expanding the map for the Senate has proven, we'll see what happens tonight again, but thus far has not been super successful. And it's one of the reasons that you see all of this talk about adding Puerto Rico or DC, because that seems like a cleaner path now than flipping Texas.
Right? Ian Millheisers of the world insist that the Senate is itself some kind of racist vestige of the founding generation.
Yeah.
To your point about Georgia, Emily, to me, one of the things that you definitely could see there is a situation where winning the presidency could also mean potentially losing the Senate. The Democrats could have a situation there where if Biden wins, as we've seen multiple times historically, when you have either a special election or a runoff election that happens after that presidential decision is made, it oftentimes results in more excited voters coming out, basically trying to push back against the decision that was made. Obviously Scott Brown being the most famous example of that in recent history. Ambassador Scott Brown. So one of the things that I wanted to bring up in general as we wait for more results is there really is a question going on, I think, in the minds of a lot of people who've been paying attention to this race about the level of support President Trump is going to receive from quote unquote shy Trump voters,
Right.
people who may end up supporting the president and vote for him, but may not be willing to speak to their friends about that issue. You spoke about the book club problem for a lot of wine moms across the country, and I think that we need to wrestle with that a little bit, because the shy Trump voter could take on a number of different characteristics. But I think the big question is how much of that is in these suburban areas, because they could play such an outsized role in determining the outcome.
So there's a huge amount of socially shy, politically shy in their social circles, people in the suburban areas. But even in the rural areas and the places that are more hardcore Trump, at least as far as the pollsters are concerned, I think there's a lot of shy Trump supporters, because they don't want to talk to the pollsters. They don't want to talk to the news media. Whether or not that's just disliking
from their
the media,
perspective, the fake news is the enemy of the people. So
yes, exactly. So, and I don't think they're wrong. There's a distrust of talking to them from inside, from in those areas, and there's a just don't want to talk about it in suburban areas. That's going to be really interesting to see play out, because we have heard in our travels across the country over and over and over again that the suburban women thing is legit. It's very real.
One of the things that I've always noticed, well, not always, I didn't notice this in 2016, but this year I've been to several Trump rallies. And one of the things that I've noticed throughout is just an attitude, they have this sort of joyous attitude towards them. But part of that, the people I've spoken to have said things to me like, I don't talk about Trump at work. Right. I don't talk about the fact that I support Trump when I see my family. And so when all of these people many of whom are shy Trump voters, get together in all of their MAGA gear, and they know that they're with like-minded people, that's a big part of the energy that those events create, because finally they're able to say, let their hair down and say, yeah, man, I do love them. And that's a big part of it.
I think as we're talking about this, one of the crucial issues is that we need to acknowledge this is a giant unknown.
Yeah.
And so as we're sitting here, as returns are coming in, we know what the polls looked like on election day and in the weeks before election day. But what we don't know is this X factor of how many shy Trump voters there are. And I don't think that has ever happened before in American politics, with the exception of 2016. And I guess one thing that's up for debate right now is if, because pollsters did recalibrate their models. Some of them did.
Sure.
They tried to, for instance, pick up on more, they tried to weight for education differently, being the most obvious example. But I'm curious right now as to whether polls were less likely to pick up on shy Trump supporters, because what we've seen is Donald Trump make inroads with Black men and with Hispanic men in a way that didn't exist in 2016. Yes. And that's hard to pick up in polling, because your models aren't necessarily calibrated to pick up on voters who are likely Democrats or in some of these ways. And so are there more shy Trump supporters now? And if so, more or less? I think that's up for debate. And if so, are the polls picking them up in a better or worse way? And that brings us to one thing, which is that we literally cannot know so much of how this election is going to turn out in the way that we usually do until the votes are counted.
No, South Carolina's just been called, at least by the New York Times.
But not the Senate yet.
Not the Senate yet, but for Donald Trump. And the wonder is going to be, there's a lot of this, that a lot of these places, South Carolina, Georgia, Northern Florida, they have their own certainly their own identities, but the political feelings in there, not unlike with the Rust Belt, do kind of flow a little bit. They're not completely separate, at least from the voters that I've been able to talk to. And that's something that bodes well for Republicans going down, I think, in Georgia, sandwiched in between South Carolina and Florida with Georgia. Although there's a huge amount of votes waiting on from Atlanta, Macon, Augusta, Athens. The cities are slow to report so far.
Miami-Dade is looking much, much better for Trump than it did last time around.
No, yeah, not even remotely close.
Yeah.
Like, he's blowing it out of the water.
And I think a big part of that
Not winning
speaks to your point, Emily, about the difficulty that a lot of these pollsters have in tracking how much Hispanics have shifted on this. I wrote a little bit about this this past week in the Transom, and I think we had another piece on it as well that's kind of dug into this a bit, that looked at how much Hispanic voters in Florida had shifted toward Trump in the last 4 years. We forget, for instance, that Hillary Clinton won Cuban voters in Florida under the age of 40. Like the dynamic has always been older Cubans, they care about the communism stuff, they're worried about socialism. Younger Cubans, they don't care about it as much, they're not as fearful of it, et cetera. And that seems to not be the case this time around, at least in terms of the early polling that we've been seeing going into this final period. I wanted to reminisce for a moment about 2016 and to look back a little bit at the dynamic, the differences between then and now. 4 years ago, I really felt like, to your point earlier, Chris, that there was a real push on the part of news people, the journalists, the reporters, the news readers who were, in the business, to call states early. They really felt like 2016 was going to be an early evening. This was not going to go late into the night. They would be able to have a solid answer. Give us permission, basically, to call these places so that we can get it done. The flip side of that is that now there is a serious, I think, problem for the divide between the reporters and the people who do the polling and the data-based analysis for all of these different places, where the pollsters and the people who analyze these things have enormous confidence that their models are correct, that they've fixed any problems that were there, and that because of that, they will be able to track the result here much more closely than they were able to last time around. The skepticism, again, is coming from the reporters. And I think part of that is the difference between who will talk to a pollster and who will talk to a reporter in different ways, because it's a very different kind of population in terms of the experience that you have. The people who are willing to say things, at a bar when they've had a few and are like willing to admit something, very different than the kind of reaction you get when someone calls you out of the blue who you don't know and is asking you what you think about an issue. I know, for example, that there was a question that was being used by one of the pollsters that was looking at this very problem, where they asked a question that, to paraphrase, was something along the lines of, do you know anyone who you believe supports the president, but is unwilling to say so publicly? And they had a significant chunk of an answer. And then the second question that they asked all the people who said yes to that was, does that describe you?
Right. Well, there was also the polling that said, how do you think your neighbors are going to vote? Right. And people were far more bullish on Trump winning their neighbors than they were on Trump winning themselves.
Yeah.
Just
that's always, I think, a very telling sign as well. We'll take another break here for a minute, but I do want to point out that just in terms of our expectations for tonight, I'm curious what the three of you all think about whether we are really going to get an answer tonight on who the next president of the United States is. From my perspective, that's very unlikely. I personally think the president's going to overperform in the Sun Belt. I've been saying this for weeks. I think that he's going to overperform the expectations in Florida in particular, in Arizona. But I also think that the problems that he's run into in the Midwest and the Rust Belt in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin could prove to be significant. And those happen to be the states that are going to be a long time counting in terms of our expectations for the process going forward. Chris, I know that you've talked to a lot of people who are close on the inside at the RNC and people like that. Do they have a plan in place to basically go in and treat Pennsylvania like Florida in 2000 or better, perhaps? In terms of their expectations of the different election chicanery that we might expect there?
Yeah, they've had this plan in place essentially since especially, and they were going to do something like this at first, but once it came down to Supreme Court decisions and unprecedented levels of mail-in ballots and early voting, the push to get watchers into Pennsylvania, especially Philadelphia, was absolutely massive. as one one-time leading Republican, elected Republican, told me, it doesn't really matter. What matters most in Pennsylvania is if the Philadelphia machine is able to pull it off, regardless of votes, was what he said, which may be a little apocalyptic. But the I know you if you look at the guy who's in charge, Mike Roman, of election day operations for the Trump campaign, a real a cutthroat political operative with a lot of experience. His focus has entirely been Pennsylvania and the suburbs around it, and in Philadelphia, where they have a lot of poll workers. I know some folks who've been sent up to Pittsburgh, trying to watch these areas and trying to see where they're getting barred, and then getting the lawyers there quickly. They're not sure which states they're going to have to go to. I know that's high on their list, but they fully expect to deploy those lawyers as soon as they can, because this could end up being a long drawn out legal battle. And that's the state that I'm curious about, because Pennsylvania doesn't even start counting their ballots that have been mailed in until today, and that's a little difficult for picking a winner if he doesn't win anything in the Rust Belt beyond this. I mean, if he sweeps the Sun Belt, to your point, not even counting Nevada, all the way west to Nevada,
I think he might overperform in Nevada. I don't know that he'll win.
I was.
He's
I was
still
in
not
Nevada,
winning.
and I agree.
You have to really win Nevada to win Nevada.
Yeah.
if he doesn't pull in Minnesota, if we don't know Minnesota, Wisconsin, Ohio, Pennsylvania, then
If
we
we don't,
will not be
if we don't
winner.
have Pennsylvania, then it's going to be hard. If we do
No,
know
just don't know
Pennsylvania,
yet. Just don't know yet. And that's the thing. Also, we noticed when we were covering the Democrats and Republicans talking to the campaigns. Well, a lot of the enthusiasm, absolutely overwhelming amount of the enthusiasm, was for President Donald Trump. The organization levels, the differences between the GOP and the Democratic Party and the county levels, it showed that the Democratic Party had decades and decades and generations of infrastructure that the GOP, while winning certain races, certainly Senator Rick Santorum and others, hasn't had.
Yeah.
And then that shows in that organization, you can send in 100 lawyers, but if they own the city, I mean, come on.
Emily, what thoughts did you have?
Well, I was just going to say, I think for any viewers who are wondering and anticipating when we might have information, if at all tonight, I think what's going to happen over the course of the next couple of hours is that we're going to learn the margins are just too close in some of these key states that don't start counting ballots that have been mailed in. So we know for sure that there's a significant portion of the ballots that were mailed in, right? We know for sure that some of these states, Michigan, Wisconsin, Ohio, Pennsylvania, are going to be close. Unless we're wildly off base, we know that they're going to be close, and we know that there's going to be a significant portion of mail-in ballots. So I think what's going to happen is over the next few hours, we're going to come to a point where we realize that until all of these things are counted over the next couple of days, and then we can maybe get to a court battle, we're just not going to have an answer tonight. That's my prediction.
I'm not sure we're not going to have an answer tonight.
Mm-hmm.
I think that
I'm fairly bullish as well.
I think that when you look at places like Pennsylvania, I think that if we start to see even a decent percentage of votes in counties like Luzerne and counties like Northampton, out by Erie and some of the really important ones, we can start to have a pretty good sense of how this is going to go.
So both Dave and Chris here think that their boss is wrong. So
Note that I did not.
Not the first time.
So I want to, when we come back, I want to take a chunk to talk about the media some more.
Yes.
Winners and losers coming out of this year, different people who've sort of not really covered themselves in glory, let's say, during this. So we'll come back in just a little bit with a little bit more for you. Thanks so much for tuning in to the Federalist Thunderdome 2020 coverage this evening. I'm Ben Domenech. We'll be right back.
on him winning in places where we just didn't see the level of excitement that might have been justified there, if you were going to see a sea change. Now, obviously, not all these states are called yet. There's still votes that are coming in. But one thing that I do think is already forming its narrative is that the president's going to overperform, perhaps among Sunbelt voters, and particularly among Hispanic voters, who were a major factor for him in terms of increased support during these past several years. Of course, that's something that's already being questioned by some members of the media. I want to quote from Nicole Hannah-Jones, the Pulitzer Prize winner at the New York Times, dear to Chris Bedford's heart, and queen of the 1619 Project. She tweeted just a little bit, about a half an hour ago, "One day after this election is over, I am going to write a piece about how Latino is a contrived ethnic category that artificially lumps white Cubans with black Puerto Ricans and indigenous Guatemalans, and explains, that's a typo, why Latinos support Trump at the second highest rate." In addition to that, we have our friend Oliver Darcy over at CNN, who shares a comment from Kaylee Rogers at 538. "There was a lot of Spanish language disinformation targeting Latinos in Florida this year." Kaylee Rogers points out some of the key messages were trying to link Biden with socialism, which has a very strong impact with some communities.
Now, what's amazing about that is I don't think that socialism has necessarily been a huge turnoff to parts of the communities. The younger generations and Republicans have been worried about that for a long time. But the folks who actually fled communist countries have very strong memories of this, whereas their children and grandchildren have less so. But they have heard the stories. And I tell you one thing that's really bad for your socialist message, if you're running on it, is people in masks wearing all black attacking political dissidents in the street. So if you're just like, all right, Grandpa, I know socialism, la-di-da, they have socialism in Sweden, and then you actually start to see the boot boys out physically assaulting you for the left wing, you start to wonder, actually, this is a very, very real reminder of what Grandpa was talking about. Maybe it's not so crazy after all. Maybe this is insanity.
And no, Nicole Hannah-Jones is literally saying, if you don't vote for Biden, you ain't Latino.
Yes.
I mean that's literally what she's saying.
Yeah.
But this ties into a broader question about demographic shifts within the United States, right? Because the GOP was supposed to be a hopeless, doomed party because
demography is destiny.
White people would become a minority, and what are they going to do?
Ranks as autopsy.
Yes, and that's always been wrong. First of all, because there are so many Latinos who identify as white. So I mean that's where it's been.
And it's going to be a problem for Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, which is somewhere between Greek capitals and a conquistador.
But it's not going to, because I mean her support was already from white gentrifiers anyway in Queens. I mean this notion that was some kind
of but if she's out of the club.
Well, but so just to circle back for a second, to me, one of the interesting dynamics, and I will say that Nicole Hannah-Jones has both besmirched my family and in fact got in trouble for tweeting out some false accusation that my family is a bunch of slaveholders or something.
Does she know you're Puerto Rican?
Yes. No, she accused me of being white Puerto Rican and said a bunch of other stuff. All deleted tweets, by the way, because Nicole Hannah-Jones deletes her tweets constantly, and always says that she's leaving and then comes back the next day. But the point that she's actually making there is actually a valid one, which is that Latino communities are very different. Okay, they have different priorities, they have different histories. We don't even like the same sports. It's one of these situations where you can't just lump everybody together and assume they're going to respond to a message a certain way. And Joe Biden going out in Florida and playing Despacito on his phone is not going to be something that convinces people, on these other metrics. And in fact, to continue Roger's comment,
that almost switched my vote.
The Despacito.
Yeah, I love that song.
Despacito was just usurped as the most watched video on YouTube of all time by Baby Shark.
Oh, wow. That's actually tragic.
Biden should have played Baby Shark.
Roger's comment continues. It has a very strong impact with some communities, given its history in authoritarian Central and South American governments, and Trump played into the same narrative with his Spanish language as in the state. That is not actually accurate. The people who played into that narrative the most was the Biden campaign and the left. In fact, they ran a whole series of ads on Spanish language media referring to Trump in the first 6 months of 2020 as a caudillo. Now, what is a caudillo? So the simple way to say it is he's a strong man who gets things done. Okay. Now, you might not like his methods. He might seem a little bit of authoritarian.
Okay.
But in your community, in your neighborhood, he's the person you turn to go and get things done. And for some reason, it took a Washington Post op-ed, not, by the way, that is hilarious to now read, where it's this woman, a reporter from Florida, talking about why her sister is voting for Trump. She's Hispanic. And she says, this is really troubling. And I think it's an indication that this maybe is backfiring a little bit, because a caudillo is not something that is necessarily viewed as a terrible thing to have among these communities.
I really want to jump in here because I think the 538 writer's tweet that you read is extremely important. And so this is through the lens of
This is supposed to be, by the way, a polling company.
Right.
This is like not an opinion column. It's supposed to be a polling company.
Right, and this is she's talking about this through the lens of Latino voters. But this question of disinformation, which has become the corporate media's new buzzword.
Yeah.
And
fake news didn't work, so now they're on disinformation.
They're on disinformation because it sounds sort of academic and clinical, and it sounds sort of transcendent. But they're going to, I think that tweet in particular is an incredible preview. And if you're toggling between some of the corporate media channels and our YouTube stream right now, I'm telling you, mark my words, if Donald Trump overperforms in this election compared to the national polls, disinformation is what you're going to hear from the
Overperforms. He's already doing that.
Yeah.
I mean, even if he loses his election, he is overperforming what the polls are.
But so
Unsurprisingly,
disinformation is going to be the new Russia collusion. I'm serious.
I think you're completely right.
Disinformation is going to be the new Russian collusion. It's going to be the new thing they use to invalidate what happens in this election, and it's going to be their avenue towards delegitimizing Trump either as president or as a candidate who narrowly lost.
Yes, Dave. Before I go to you, the disinformation side of things, Nate Cohn had a whole thread today about how one of the casualties, he said, of the 2020 cycle was the Real Clear Politics average. Now, Real Clear has been for many years the gold standard kind of average that you use. It averages all these different polls. So when they have a deluge of polls, what they try to do is basically say, here's the highest quality ones. We can pick these different things in balance, and we can try to get this as close to possible where it is. And Cohn went on this whole thing about, they're using too many Republican polls, basically. They're using too many pro-Trump polls. You see Biden polls drop off too quickly or things like that. Now, I'm sure that can be debated. But the average in Florida from Real Clear Politics on the close today was Biden plus 1.2, okay? Meaning that is well within, the idea that Donald Trump can win Florida. And I just think that some of these pollsters got so far into their own business that they were so confident of what they were doing that they weren't willing to consider the possibility that there are other people who have other methods of analysis that are including voters that they didn't include. Obviously, we would have to break apart this Florida vote, but I really do think that let me put it this way: it will make me very angry if at the end of the day there is no kind of reflection on the predictions that were made this cycle. Because I have been arguing, as you know, for months that I do not see the signs of a Biden landslide. I think this is a very close election. I think he could easily win, but I do not think that this is, and in fact, I think I would even have described him as the favorite for almost the entirety of this race.
Yeah.
But it's really a question of, can we even conceive of a situation where there isn't a landslide for this candidate who we've been predicting is up by, 17 points, 12 points, 8 points, et cetera. I mean, the final, Fox poll that they had in Michigan was up by 12.
Yeah.
The final Wisconsin poll, had Biden up by 17, from ABC. And all these people act like, oh, well, this is just another thing you have to factor into your decision process. They don't really play it out as being, well, maybe you're throwing things off a bit with this.
Yeah, I mean, not to jump to another sports analogy, but the whole situation with polling over the past several years has reminded me of the Moneyball concept in baseball, right? We're going to pour through the numbers. We're going to use the shift. And that in fact spread throughout baseball. But where it started was the Oakland A's, and they still haven't won the World Series.
Yep.
Right. So yes, I mean, these are very useful tools. And of course, all of the campaigns and all of the candidates, everybody are using them to say, oh boy, we better pay more attention over here, or maybe we shouldn't be paying so much attention here. As an overall predictive force, though, it was clearly embarrassed in 2016. They like to pretend that it wasn't, but it was. Thus far tonight, it looks like something along those lines.
And they admitted it in 2016, and then they memory hold themselves, which
yes. Yes, they did.
It's wild.
Yes. And so, for an opinion guy like me, this is great. Maybe my stock goes up. But yeah.
If you're investing in Dave Marcus.
Yes.
We're splitting the stock.
I want to read you this tweet from Ryan Grimm, who writes for The Intercept and is one of the sort of Bernie Sanders-esque kind of lefties out there, very anti-corporate media.
Former progressive.
Yes, exactly. He has a couple of tweets here criticizing Rachel Maddow. He said, Rachel Maddow just said there was no evidence Amy McGrath would ever be competitive.
Wow.
Could have saved her viewers tens of millions of dollars if she'd shared that earlier. She gave it like 9 seconds, a shrug, and moved on to the next race. Poof, there went $90 million.
Now, Maddow is somebody who I've been consistently disappointed in over the last few years, because Maddow used to be like a Ryan Grimm. She used to be an old school progressive, somebody who was really genuinely interested in being heterodox.
Yeah.
And she bought the Russian collusion hoax, hook, line, and sinker. And her show.
Oh my gosh, that energy thing that she did was
remember?
insane. Oh my gosh.
For a bit, and this is a sort of a broader media criticism, for a bit, her show was extremely compelling because she was weaving together these monologues that lasted 25, 30 minutes and was sort of chronicling what were the very obvious sort of business ties that the Trump family had that were well worth discussing.
Totally.
But then she bought the Russian collusion hoax in a way that became sort of delusional and wrecked her show. And she is a figurehead on the sort of media left.
Yeah.
And that she was a big part of sort of shepherding them into this sort of like delusional universe that they live in now. And that's why she's so detached. That's why she can say on election night, there was no chance that Amy McGrath was going to win Kentucky. Because honestly, she probably didn't know that or believe it until now.
Trump's win in 2016, in a very significant way, changed the basic definition of journalism for many people on the left. And what happened was,
you cannot be an enabler. Just like covering
Because when the Never Trumpers talk about Trump's enablers, they don't mean Ben Sass. I mean, they mean him too, but they mean us, right? They mean journalists. They mean journalists whose primary goal in life is not to just stop Donald Trump. You sent me for my sins to that god awful CNN thing where I watched Brian Stelter interview Jeff Zucker, and aside from I'm interviewing the boss, I better be careful. All they talked about was like, what's the responsible way to show a Trump press conference? Should we show it at all? Do we need to live?
It's wild. I used to hear back from the business guys and the business side of journalism, the men who do the sales, men and women who do the sales, who do the programming, who do the websites, who work with sponsors, who deal in a place where, like, just to give you like an inside scoop, the vice president who ran Daily Caller sales for years was a left of center Democrat who liked his product and sold it and was proud of it. A great guy. That is non-existent. And when I would hear back from their conferences in 2016 and 2017, these are off-the-record conferences where the salespeople and the reporters would be up there for these major companies, CNN, New York Times, whatever, talking about their role in defeating Donald Trump and stopping fascism in the United States. Now, if you see yourself in a kind of role of stopping fascism, sure, that's fine. You can justify a lot of stuff. It's obviously not a fascist government, and they're just cosplaying and have completely convinced themselves of their justification. And when you have that, you're surrounded by it, you just go kind of nuts.
Well, listen, the larger conversation that we're actually really having here is that this year has been a year of iconoclasm. It's been a year of cancel culture. It's been a year of all of this. And the corporate media sort of refuses to see things through these lenses because they refuse to believe that average Americans are upset about stories like when the Boeing executive resigned his post, was forced to resign his post because he, a combat veteran, had authored a piece decades ago that would argued against women in combat. Okay, so again, this is something that's sort of considered dirty by the corporate press. They don't like to talk about, for instance, campus craziness. They thumb their nose at it. They want nothing to do with it. They sort of think that they're soiling their hands with these culture war stories. Well, by the way, they waged the culture war. But this is sort of the broader context that this election is happening in. And the corporate media was willfully blind about it. And so if this election turns out differently than they expected it to, it's because they're looking at the wrong climate change. They're obsessed with literal climate change when they're not noticing the actual cultural climate change that's sort of like we're all marinating in.
Yeah, I want to take a minute to sort of go through some of the results that we've had and to come back with that. But before I do, it seems to me that one of the big takeaways from this ought to be let's reassess, how well we're evaluating these minority communities that perhaps we don't poll as well as we ought to. There is no situation in which this kind of Florida result should be known this early in the evening without there being a significant miss on the part of major, corporate-backed media pollsters who just got it wrong. And I mean, we all have sources, we talk to people, but this is a situation where, they can spin this as much as they want, but this is not something that should go the way that it has without them getting something significantly wrong. I will be curious to see, though, if this ends up in a situation where, as I said before, the president's underperformance among white voters in the Midwest and the Rust Belt ends up being his Achilles heel this time around. That's a significant thing, I think, in order to look at these scenarios and have basically a question mark about, did the president's policies end up matching up with his rhetoric in 2016, or did he end up kind of getting sucked into a lot of traditional Republican economic policies in particular that might have harmed him?
Yeah, I mean, look, this was the transaction that I heard from the committee chairwoman in Northampton, Pennsylvania, right? And I said to her point blank, I said, who are you worried about losing? And she said, we're going to lose some suburban white women. She said, now, her reason for it was that they're freaked out about COVID. I have some issues with that because I think that trend started before COVID was even a thing. But whatever it is, the flight of suburban white women was real. So then I said, well, how are you going to pick it up? And her answer there was two. One was rural voters, but the other was Latino voters. Now, the great irony, win or lose, the great irony is that the supposedly horribly racist Donald Trump is going to be the person who diversifies the grand old party. That's amazing. I mean, that's just stunning. And I would suggest then that not only has to do with the fact that the polling is somehow off in minority communities, I think it also has to do with the fact that people in newsrooms in New York and DC are not actually in minority communities. They don't go there. They don't know what's happening there. And I think that their entire view, this entire assumption that if you're Black, you're going to vote for Biden, if you're Hispanic, you're going to vote for Biden, just gets baked into their cake. And they're going to have to seriously reassess that. We're going to come back with more. I'm going to share some anecdotes about Frank Luntz on election night 2016, so you don't want to miss that. I'm Ben Domenech. You're watching our election 2020 Thunderdome coverage from The Federalist. We'll be right back.
So do you see yourself in more of a Buckley
political editor, John Davidson, who is in Texas. We wanted to talk to him about a couple of the different developments that have happened in Texas over the past half hour or so. John, how are you doing?
Doing pretty well. Not having quite the party you guys are having, but
great.
You know.
Well, we've got a cigarette count and a drink count, so we're doing pretty well here.
Having friends goes a long way.
So that seemed like a diss born out of experience in the Rust Belt.
No,
Too personal.
So, John, there are a couple of interesting things happening. There was an early call in the Senate race for John Cornyn, who had been someone that Democrats had hoped to target this time around, spent a lot of money. Designed under the auspices of Texas Flipping Blue. You obviously wrote a piece for us that questioned that today. Tell us a little bit about what went on in that
Cornyn
race.
was running against a lady named MJ Hagar, who Democrats had high hopes for her, like they do every cycle. A lot of money went into this race. A lot of money has gone into a lot of the races in Texas, not just the Senate race, but the state House races as well. Democrats needed to flip 9 seats to take control of the state House. It doesn't look like they're going to do that. We're talking unprecedented amounts of money flowing into Texas for not just for the Senate race and for these local state House races. It looks like Cornyn's going to do just fine. He soared to re-election in 2014 just fine, and it looks like he's going to do fine here. That doesn't surprise me at all. And it shouldn't surprise anybody who paid attention to early voting in Texas either. But again, somehow it will probably surprise Texas Democrats, which seem to repeat this every 2 years. You know, they were sure Beto was going to win, and 2 years before that, they were sure that Clinton was going to beat Trump in Texas, and 2 years before that, they were sure Wendy Davis was going to beat Greg Abbott, and it never seems to happen for them.
No.
And she seems to be, it looks like Wendy Davis is certainly not a lock to win in Austin Heavy County, Chip Roy's County, Texas 21. I'm hearing from folks on the ground that it's looking very good for Chip Roy to win re-election. Although one part of the Democrat strategy that you see, why are they doing this? Why were they running Wendy Davis years ago, well before this state was even remotely purple? And I think the answer to that is every single time you do that, you build infrastructure and you build lists. And they're doing that every single time around. But there's probably only so many times they can massively disappoint their base.
Well, yeah,
people to stop.
No,
stop voting.
absolutely.
Maybe not.
I don't want anyone to get the impression that that Texas is not in play in the future. Texas is in play, but that has to do with these sort of macro trends of large urban areas growing fast, bringing in a lot of people from other parts of the country. All the major metros are Democratic in Texas, and the suburbs are trending blue as well. So, yes, there are long-term challenges for the Republican Party in Texas. And if they don't change their strategy, Texas eventually will turn blue. But it's not going to turn blue by running Wendy Davis again, 6 years after she lost to Greg Abbott by 20 points. That's not going to...
Cecile Richards.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cecile Richards would be a better fit. No, so John, one of the things that is an early dynamic seems to be Joe Biden's underperformance in the Rio Grande, and Democrats generally underperforming among a lot of different districts where they had hoped to be more competitive. We see, for instance, Gonzalez in Will Hurd's district, overperforming his numbers currently. What do you think is going on there? And do you think that Democrats basically missed the downside of embracing a lot of cultural leftism at a moment that their message might have appealed more specifically to a lot of
Hispanic men are not on board with woke leftism. Hispanic men, and I hate to generalize, but Hispanic men in the Rio Grande Valley, they love gambling, they love women, they love cockfighting, and they don't like woke politics, okay? They just don't.
I mean, these sound like my people.
These are like old machine Democrats, right? And they can get on board with with a Democrat like Representative Couillard, right? They can get on board with a lot of these old school Democrats in the Rio Grande Valley and all up and down the border that have held power and have held office for many, many years. But they're not these new Democratic woke leftists. That's not going to play in these communities in Texas. And I think it's safe to say it didn't play in Florida among Hispanic voters there.
Yeah. John, you obviously traveled across the country a good bit during the run-up to this election. Maybe give us a bit of your perspective on what the dynamic is at this particular moment. We have these returns that look positive for the president from the Sun Belt, from a lot of states that Democrats had hoped to make more competitive. At the same time, we're still seeing, the delay that I think a lot of us anticipated that is likely coming from these Rust Belt states, many of which you visited.
Well, one of the
Tell me a little bit about your perspective.
We heard as part of the feedback that we got from some of the dispatches that Chris and I wrote about Michigan and Wisconsin was, well, you're saying that Trump's drawing out working class voters in these places and rural voters in the places. Well, he did that in 2016, but he's losing suburban women and college educated voters around the cities. So, how is he going to make up for that? What I think gets lost is that there was and is more of these working class, rural, and ex-urban voters that didn't come out in 2016 that Trump has been able to mobilize. When you look at early voting in Texas, about 1.4 million people who early voted out of the 9.7 million that voted were non-college educated white people in Texas. So there's a case to, and there's examples like this all over the country. There's a strong case to be made that Trump is just doing what he did in 2016, but he's doing more of it, and he's mobilizing more of the same groups of people while bringing in more Black voters, more Hispanic voters, and I think one of the big questions is that enough to balance out his losses among college-educated white women?
And that's the wonder. Is he going to expand the base? Is there room to expand the base? And as Molly just said on Fox, now at this point, the GOP is a working class, multi-ethnic party, regardless of what happens, regardless of the conclusion of this tonight. And to your point, I think we have our answer, at least can he expand the base? And then finally, is it enough? Sorry.
Yeah. So to your point about these voters not being woke, wasn't the entire idea of the Biden candidacy to assure Democrats like that and Catholic Democrats in Pennsylvania and these more middle of the road Democrats that, of course, the Democratic Party was not owned by the wokesters. As Joe Biden said, it is my party. I mean, do you think that just nobody bought
I didn't
that?
buy it. I mean, when you have a candidate,
John, you have the luxury of not having to be in a swampland.
Look, when you have a candidate who introduces his granddaughter as his deceased son and routinely has been like spouting out some gibberish at his campaign events, who's clearly slowing down, when he says, I am the Democratic Party, they know me. Come on, man. It's not convincing. And I think voters are smart enough to see through that. They know Joe Biden's not in charge of his campaign, and they know he's not going to be in charge of his administration.
John, I know that you read and respect a lot of the same people that I do. I'm sure that you read Henry Olsen, one of the earliest analysts in D.C. to identify Trump's appeal in 2016. He posted about 10 minutes ago, because he's covering this for the Washington Post. I never like being wrong professionally. It's clear that Biden is not going to win the national vote by anything like what every major poll's crosstabs applied. That means polling error of mammoth proportions. The industry will have a lot of serious thinking to do.
But they won't do it. They won't do it. We've heard this over and over and over again. But they're liars and they'll memory hold it because they'll just make their money and move on to the next race.
Emily, what did you want to say?
Well, I'm just curious to John's point about when Biden says this is my party and yet at the same time has all of these, let's diplomatically say, senior moments. I want to know if that's something you guys heard on the campaign trail through the Rust Belt if people were actually really turned off by Biden in a way that like Hillary Clinton was a massively unappealing candidate because she comes from the Democratic Party machine. And so is the media, our polls, what are they not picking up on that you guys heard when you've written several pieces at this point questioning and saying the polls are missing something? So from your perspective, what is it that those polls are not picking up on? As Henry Olsen says, it's clearly something.
I think that people are lying to pollsters. That's what they're not factoring in. And you know, we've talked about this, the shy Trump voter. It's not just the shy Trump voter, it's the lying Trump voter. They are lying because they don't.
You just called Trump voters a bunch of liars, John. but
Well, they're lying to pollsters. Look, I had a pollster call me the other day, and I refused to answer the question because I don't want to tell some stranger over the phone the way I'm voting. So I think what they are missing is what they will continue to miss, which is that when you have a left, a democratic left and a cultural left that is so hostile to Trump and is so hostile to even sort of bland conservatism in the ways that we've seen over the last 4 years, you have a situation where like the public square is so poisoned, you can't get a good read on things through the normal polling methods. And that's why the polls, I think, will continue to fail to reflect the American opinion.
One of the things that I think we have to wrestle with here is that many areas of American political science life like to think of themselves as a science when they are in fact not. We saw that viral tweet, for instance, today from this woman invoking her PhD, right? Her doctorate.
Use your half-assed internet forums with my graduate degree in political science.
So
It
first
wasn't
off,
even a PhD as a graduate.
yeah, so that was a gigantic waste of money, whoever you are. But also, it's just there was an attitude, I think, on the part of a lot of these poll folks that this is a science. You are exaggerating the importance of these rallies. You're exaggerating the importance of this charisma the president has versus the sadness and sleepiness of Joe Biden. You're exaggerating the importance of excitement. But in my experience, politics often really depends on that excitement, and it's very difficult to measure. It's yes, I mean, Bernie is a perfect example of that. No one would have predicted that Bernie Sanders would have been as hard of a person to beat for Hillary Clinton going into that primary election as he turned out to be. And a lot of that has to do with his appeal. And it's frankly something that the media dominant kind of boomer forces don't necessarily respect. They see this old guy. They say, why are the millennials and the Zoomers all excited about him? It doesn't make any sense to them, but it makes sense to the people who are in the crowds.
And what's so foolish about this whole thing to beat this horse, because it needs to be, is that this was discussed and admitted to and written about and analyzed and beating of chest and rending of cloth by the media in 2016, saying, how could we possibly miss that there was no excitement for Hillary Clinton and huge amounts of excitement for Donald Trump? Obviously, we were so arrogant, we missed that, and they just did it again.
They got way worse. They got way
worse. And well, they had a new god coronavirus. So I mean, it was fine.
The horse is in the hospital and Bedford's beating.
Yeah,
I will say,
they're already dead, John.
you know, one of the things that was most striking to me in our trip across the Midwest, and really, just in general over the entire campaign season, is the profusion of Americana Trump folk art, from homemade signs, flags, tambourines. We saw Trump switchblades in one place. This sort of, combined with these really organic boat parades and car caravans and ATV parades.
John, Biden had Lady Gaga. Shouldn't that overwhelm all of that?
And these were organized by non-political people, like people who aren't connected, who don't have any connection even to the local Republican Party in a lot of these places. And when you see that kind of thing in place after place after place over a sustained period of time, and you just ignore it, and you only see it on one side, you only saw it on the Trump side, and you just ignore it because you have your poll numbers, then you are fundamentally misunderstanding your job as a pollster and as a election caller. it's not a science. It's a dark art, and you have to look at all of these things to get a picture of what's going on.
John, I want to let you go, but before I do, look, we've seen the early returns from Florida. We've seen these returns from Texas that look to be significant overperformance for Republicans in a lot of Hispanic-heavy districts. Do you think that that will carry on in Arizona and potentially even in Nevada? States that could be significant boosts to Trump's chances of winning back. How much do you think that the same experience for Cuban anti-socialist voters in Florida, for Hispanics in the Rio Grande, and for these voters in Arizona and Nevada will play out? Dave, I know you went to Nevada. You might have some thoughts on this as well. But John, what do you think about that?
So quickly, I'll say it's hard to know because the different Hispanic is not a monolith. The Hispanic vote.
We talked about that in the last segment. Yes.
Okay, so there you go. But I will say that based on what we've seen in Florida, based on what we're seeing in the Rio Grande Valley in Texas, there's a really good reason to think that the Hispanic vote, such as it is not going to go as strongly for Biden as I think Democrats and the Biden campaign have hoped for. And if the trend does continue, then we're looking at Arizona being very much in play, Nevada being very much in play. And again, I'm going to circle back to this. I think it's Hispanic men, whether it's Cuban men in Florida or Tejano men in the Rio Grande Valley or Hispanic men in Arizona or Nevada. They don't like the brand of the Democratic Party that they're seeing as part of the Biden campaign and in the culture at large. And I think that's what's explaining some of this, some of the results that we've seen so far.
Biden should have come out strongly in favor of cockfighting.
Now that is actually a very defensible position. We'll follow up on that in the break. Don Davidson, thank you so much for joining us. We might circle back with you later, but appreciate you continuing to watch this for us.
I'll be here.
All right. You are watching the Federalist live stream on election 2020. I'm Ben Domenech. We'll be back with more right after this.
2, 1. All right, boys and girls, we are back with the Federalist live stream Thunderdome 2020. I'm your host, Ben Domenech, alongside Chris Bedford and Jashinsky and the dapper David Marcus. We have been talking about some of the developments of the last half hour or so, and frankly, it's pretty amazing to look at what's going on. We have a great tweet, I think, from Matt Meehan. You can follow him at MT Meehan on Twitter. And his summary is, anecdote is currently kicking data's butt. And I think that that's something that goes back to what a lot of us thought was going on in this cycle, which is that the pollsters were missing something. Look, you cannot get away from this. And they may try to memory hole it after the fact, but this was supposed to be a Biden landslide. We were supposed to be going home by now.
Yeah.
This should have been over. We should have been able to call Florida and Georgia and North Carolina and say that all these states were emphatically for Biden. Instead, the opposite is happening. The betting markets are shifting. People are now more and more convinced that President Trump might be reelected to a second term. Chris, I want to start with you on this. That there is a dynamic that goes on within the media landscape where when they get something wrong, they pretend that they didn't. We know this very well from a number of different stories over the past several years, but I think none more prominent than the Russia collusion hoax, which was just put out there and slimed all over the president, led ultimately to the expectations from a ton of different Americans that the Mueller report would lead to the president's ouster, his removal from office, that he would be proven to have been some sort of terrible Russian agent, the Jonathan Chait piece in New York Mag, all the craziness that we had to put up with. And yet they just turn away from those things and just act like, oh, well, none of that ever actually happened or really was meaningful in any way. Let's take, just for the sake of argument, an assumption that the pollsters were still ultimately right, that Joe Biden will end up being the next president of the United States. Clearly, he will do so with a much narrower path to it than any of these pollsters claimed. How do we keep the media from memory holding this particular incident, their utter failure and lies to the American people?
Well, they've actually positioned themselves pretty well. They've kind of gone to Helm's Keep with their alliance recently with the tech companies, because the best way to obviously have done this, and the way that we've been working to do this over the past...
It's Helm's Deep, not Helm's Keep. Nerd stuff. Anyway, continue.
You just witness history, ladies and
Let
gentlemen.
us make such an end as would be worth a song. Right, okay.
This is what we work with.
Continue.
There's a keep there. They went back to the keep.
Go
It's
on.
been up to places like the Federalist, places like the Caller, and even places like Twitter, and previously bring this up and point out, hey, you got this wrong. You can't just memory all this. I mean, I think the only repercussion I even noticed after the Russiagate thing, after they peddled Russian propaganda and tried to destabilize the U.S. government for 3 years, was that Jim Acosta was replaced by Caitlin Collins at the White House. Like that's basically it. They're going to try and do this again because, just like you said, no matter what, and like you've been saying for weeks, no matter what happens tonight, if it's close, then the pollsters are wrong. And, it's going to join, as they're just talking about on Twitter, it's going to join journalists as something that's not trusted. I mean, it's been 2016, they were incredibly wrong, and they were ignoring everything on the ground. Donna Brazile wrote a whole book about it, trying to fight the pollsters in the Hillary Clinton campaign and saying, you guys, I know that you're real smart and stuff, but you know nothing about politics. You need to leave your room in New York City in order to actually, the MOOC squad, to actually have any understanding of all the dangers that are going on here, where to campaign, how to run a campaign. This year they literally just didn't run one. We're going to have to try our darndest to try and make sure that this is not memory hold. I mean, but it's all going to come down to the consumer. And from working in the media industry for as long as you have, if you lose the trust of your readers, if they don't actually believe you anymore, then that's your currency more than anything. And they've spent it a lot in the last 4 years. I think it's going to hurt them. We'll see it with CNN.
There are a number of prominent individuals right now, the people who are sort of in the, I would say, moderate centrist lane, who had endorsed Joe Biden but weren't necessarily his biggest fans, who are tweeting out or posting
concerns, various fears that they have about this election. Really feeling like the election parties that they were having were not becoming parties anymore, Emily. What can be done to actually achieve the type of change that arguably should have happened after 2016, after 2020, in order to say, maybe you needed some more people in the room who would be saying to you, Lindsey Graham isn't going to lose. You raised $57 million for this Jamie Harrison guy. He's not going to beat Lindsey Graham in South Carolina in the presidential year.
And it's an indicator of bad point.
Yes,
Well,
absolutely.
So that gets to one thing, which is that money, in my opinion, is really going to be the only thing that speaks loud enough for these people to start listening. Because to get to your question, it's the classic catch-22, which I think Chris is wrong about one thing, and maybe some others, which is that there were consequences to the Russia collusion lie, and they are Patreon and Substack. And so while the corporate media has not absorbed those lessons, there have been, Ben, you and I have a story that was your brainchild that's up on the Federalist today about how a new media ecosystem really has been spawned by the loss in 2016, then the crumbling of the Russia collusion hoax. That's where you see people like Glenn Greenwald breaking off from the intercept. Russia collusion is a huge part of that splintering. Woke culture is a huge part of the splintering. So there have been consequences. But the question is, and we talked about this on Federalist Radio Hour today, in 2016, those sort of neoliberal corporate gatekeepers, they didn't realize that their gates had already been stormed. They didn't realize that those sort of like woke cancel culture millennials were already populating their newsrooms. And at a level,
This is coming from inside.
it's coming from inside. And
Jim Bennett knows now.
And so, yeah, he does. And so they didn't realize that they had already been overtaken in a way that was too difficult for them to say no. And it's still too difficult for them to say no to all of those people on the New York Times channel who will not let DIY step foot in the door of the New York Times, lest she speak a whisper of dissent.
And Barry Weiss shared that story of ours.
Yes.
That was a good sign. Dave, I know that you are very familiar with the way that this type of culture has dominated the New York media landscape and has prevented any of the kind of questioning, even the most basic level stuff that you would like to see from a thriving intellectual experience on a bed page and otherwise. Do you have any hopes that in the wake of maybe another wake-up call, something that could really end up just shocking the entire system at media locations, that they will actually cross over and want some people in the room who have a difference of perspective? Or do you expect that they will double down? And I will go back to an interview I had in, I think, January with Ross Douthat at the time, where he said explicitly, oh no, they will double down. Like they will want even more to drive those voices from the room.
Yeah, I have no hope that's going to happen. I think all of the people who would facilitate such a change are already gone. But I do, bringing up New York City, which of course we always should because it's really the only thing that matters. Right now, my congressional district, New York 11, is one that I've been paying attention to, in large part because Max Rose, who it looks like now is not only losing, but losing decisively, flipped the only red district in New York City in 2018, albeit against a fairly weak candidate. But Rose was the prototype moderate Democrat. He's a veteran. He literally was running ads where he showed himself with Donald Trump. In fact, he was running so many ads that when my son was watching his YouTube gamer videos, my son came to hate Max Rose because before his video could start, it was always like, and my son is 10 and he'd be like, oh my God, I hate Max. Like, just get off my TV, right?
He ran that famous ad saying de Blasio is the worst mayor.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Yeah. And to John's point in the earlier segment about this idea that you were going to take this cardboard cutout of 1980s Joe Biden and pretend that this is still the Democratic Party, I think that the voters in Staten Island, I think that the voters in Brooklyn, where Melanie Tackers was leading Brooklyn, right? That's where Democrats in that district have a chance. They're not buying it. I mean, the voters, when Joe Biden said, this is my party, nobody believes him. And I really think that's what we're seeing play out. And this is, I'm not surprised that Malliotakis is going to bring New York 11 back to the red side. I am surprised that she's winning by as much as she is.
Look, we talked a little bit earlier before about the mistakes that Democrats may have made when it came to investing their dollars. Lindsey Graham, his opponent, Jamie Harrison, $57 million in the last quarter. They spent an enormous amount of money against him in Texas, in Kentucky, etc. You know, we've yet to see the kind of results that we would like to, be able to analyze from Michigan, from Minnesota, but in a circumstance where a state like Michigan comes out for John James instead of Gary Peters, isn't this a situation where Democrats have to kind of say, we shouldn't just blame the people in the political side who are telling us where to give. We should have real beef with the people in the media side who are telling us where to give, who are telling us that all of these different areas were close. The pollsters who were saying we should put our money there. And Dave Wasserman from Cook, who I don't think of as being a hugely biased guy, had this whole thread the other day about how, people should have more confidence in these pollsters because so much of what they're doing is trying to send signals to the national party and donors about where they ought to give money, and they're not going to screw that up. Well, maybe they are screwing it up, and maybe that's something that is again. But
it's not just polls, right? You remember after 2018, after Nancy Pelosi posed on magazine covers with the Squad, right? Do you remember the interview where Pelosi said AOC didn't flip that district? She held up a glass and said a glass of water would win that district if it had a D after its name. And both the media, first, I think the media, because they couldn't resist this story of like young, powerful women of color speaking truth to power and sticking it to Donald Trump.
Queen.
That Teen Vogue story was so powerful in the media's mind that even though Nancy Pelosi knew that somebody like Max Rose needed to be the face of the Democratic Party and not Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, they couldn't resist the story. The story was too big.
It's also out of her hands. I mean, it wasn't just Teen Vogue. It's the unbelievable national following that AOC has.
But that is driven by the media.
Yes.
The media says this bald dude from your district, Dave, is nowhere near as much of somebody we can put on the cover of Vanity Fair as a fashion icon as they just did with AOC. It's just a situation where they very much control who is elevated within.
Remember they got Mayor Pete to 10%.
Woo!
It was unbelievable that a small town mayor got put to 10% in early Democratic primaries. And it was entirely a media-driven creation.
But it's a chicken or the egg situation, right? In that the pollsters are doing something, but the media is also, so the media will latch on to these narratives and the pollsters help set the narratives, but they're both doing it. And it depends on the situation, whether it's the chicken or the egg. But the one thing that's clear is that the media doesn't have the bullshit detector that it should. They don't have the level of skepticism and critical thinking towards the pollsters that they should have as members of the media. Of course, they'll have it towards Republican politicians.
Emily, do you think that that's just an intimidation factor because so many of these media people are liberal arts majors and they're talking to nerds?
Are you talking about Jake Sherman and Anna Palmer of Political Playbook?
I believe you're referring to Pelosi Playbook.
Yeah, Pelosi
Playbook. Proper name. So,
yes.
Look, we have a situation now that's going to be very interesting to see how it plays out. We don't know, whether the president's going to be able to perform the degree that he needs to in Arizona and Nevada or in these Rust Belt and Midwestern states. But we also know that already the basic narrative about this election has been undone. People are freaking out. The folks online who were, wanting for a vast, overwhelming, Biden landslide, their narrative has failed, and it's very clear that they're not going to end up with the kind of result that they wanted. My question is, how do we end up in a situation where you actually have a grappling with the truth of what went on in this election if, as we might see, Biden pulls out an eventual victory, meaning that we already have been proven correct. This was way closer than you made it out to be. This is not a landslide election. The media is going to try to claw that back and pretend like,
oh, everything's fine, everything's good, we don't need to change anything, we don't need to add any pro-Trump voices to any op-ed page.
Disinformation.
Yes.
It will be their fallback.
Yes.
And I'll let Dave jump in, but I really think that what
Disinformation, particularly targeted at minority communities.
they will be using this excuse. Right. It's another excuse to call Republicans racist. Disinformation targeted at minority communities, because we've already seen surprising numbers out of Florida. We've already seen things like what happened to Representative Shalala. And so it's going to be disinformation targeted at minority communities. You heard it here first. It's the new Russia collusion hoax.
It is.
My brother saw this started to come, and he follows this. He was writing for a long time when he was younger for 50 Cent's group, and he's always been really into the rap news and coverage, and was originally very against Donald Trump, as were all of his friends. He started to notice this and text me about it in July after a lot of people were sitting at home for the first time. A lot of his friends, and this is just the people he knew. His friends, working class Blacks, Hispanics, and white guys, were at home and seeing Donald Trump for the first time in his live press conferences. And it got to a point where World Star, which is like a barstool sports kind of thing for people more into rap music, that started to throw the owns in. Seeing Donald Trump own these liberal reporters started to go around. By the time it got to August, he said, Tucker Carlson videos are appearing here. They're getting uploaded all over. And in the past few weeks, he said, 50 Cent, Ice Cube, these people are either tepid or full-blown endorsements, and then maybe walk back a little bit. He goes, World Star and all these other sites are absolutely blown up with people loving it. And all of my friends, every single one of them, voted for Donald Trump for president. Now, I have no idea what they voted for down the ballot, but that's what they voted for president. And a lot of those guys didn't vote. Now, granted, that's not going to switch where they all are in Massachusetts, but it was interesting to see that culture that the popular news sites really changed there.
Chris, you mentioned about down ballot. We see increasing indications that the expectations are that Republicans will be able to hold the Senate. Fox News, in particular, having a very high rating for that at the moment. We'll see how that plays out. Dave, assuming that something like this, does happen, do we have a situation now where there basically is a real question about who's really in the silo when it comes to media? We hear a lot about the conservative silo, the Republican silo, the Fox News silo. We've heard about it from Jay What's-His-Face at New York University. We heard a lot about it from people who basically make the argument there's a bunch of folks who don't believe in reality. They all exist within this ecosphere of websites and streaming publications and podcasts.
So all of you,
etc. Yes, all of you, of course. And that those are the people who don't believe reality. Is there any possibility of getting the people involved in this to sort of question that and basically say, actually, maybe the kids were right, maybe I was wrong?
No, but I don't think so. But one thing that we are going to have to pay a lot of attention to is that we may look at this. I thought 2016 was, but we may look at 2020 as sort of the end of history. Right, referring to the.
You're on dangerous ground here because everybody misinterprets the name of that book to mean something different.
Right. Actually. No,
okay.
but
should we talk about Charles Murray too?
Francis Fukuyama, at the end of the Cold War, basically laid out, and he's walked some of it back, but basically laid out this idea that, well, we're just gonna, we'll let China eat our lunch for a little while. Because by doing that, they'll liberalize, right?
Yeah.
We'll send troops all over the world.
Biden thought that, by the way.
Of course, because by sending troops all over the world, we'll actually end up with less troops being killed and less people around the world being killed. Trump is the first person since Ross Perot who, at the beginning of all this, said, no, that doesn't make any sense, right? Trump is the first person to say, no, this doesn't work, right? He won in 2016. Whether he wins or not in 2020, that's the new GOP. And you want to know what Tom Nichols and Rick Wilson and the Never Trumpers and Jen Rubin and Max Boot are really upset about?
Steve.
It is not Trump's tone. It is not jokes. It is not any of that. It is that they bought into that post-Cold War post Cold War order, hook, line, and sinker, and Trump is showing them that it doesn't work, and that's what they're angry about.
You know, that gets us into some ideological questions that I'd like to maybe dive into in the next segment, because I do think that there's, regardless of the outcome of this, a lot of questions about the future of the Republican coalition, what it looks like. May have been changing in a fundamental way tonight. That is, I think, going to be surprising to a lot of folks. I'm Ben Domenech. You are watching the Thunderdome 2020 live stream of the Federalist this evening. We will be back with more right after this. a cigarette boat flying towards Cuba.
I'm ready.
In search of the best mojitos we can possibly find.
Bay of Pigs Part 2, baby.
Look, we have a lot of different things that I think are going to shut down here in short order, including counting of votes in Pennsylvania. For those of us who care about this, we know that this is kind of a preview of legal fights that could resemble what we saw in 2000 in Florida. But I think that one thing that we can take away from this particular moment is that this election has not turned out the way we were told that it was going to. The media was wrong about this. The pollsters were clearly wrong about this. And they were wrong for a number of different reasons, including their own personal biases, their assumptions about the way that certain populations would vote, their belief that various media attacks on the president over what they view as racial activities, racialist activities, would prevent them from would prevent voters who are within those different minority segments from voting for him. Clearly, that has not been the case. Now we're looking at a circumstance where this is all coming down to, I think, what we started out talking about. It would come down to Wisconsin, Michigan, Minnesota potentially, but definitely Pennsylvania. These Rust Belt Midwestern states that were so key to the president last time around, this time around are dealing with a deluge of various, votes in advance, absentee ballots, mail-in ballots, et cetera, that are going to be adjudicated over the next couple of days. Look, I'm curious as to your reactions at this moment about what we're seeing going on. But one thing that I do think we should hold up as kind of critical to this is part of that narrative about a deluge, a landslide, Joe Biden, overwhelmingly performing, winning all these traditionally red states, was in fact about the United States Senate, because it was about empowering Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to have an agenda that frankly resembled what President Barack Obama laid out in a number of different circumstances, but most inappropriately at a funeral, in which he said that basically the filibuster needed to be rolled back. We should add a number of states. We should maybe even consider getting rid of the Electoral College and packing the courts. All things that Democrats have essentially played footsie with over the past couple of years. Tell me, Chris, just in terms of your initial reaction to what you're seeing tonight, what does it mean if we end up in a circumstance where we have a presidential fight that goes to the court system and that it's going to be adjudicated over the coming days, even as we are aware of perhaps a Republican Senate being held by Mitch McConnell and that majority?
Amy Coney Barrett's already recused herself from any of these fights, which is, I think, a disastrous idea. The idea that she's not allowed to be, she's a Supreme Court justice who you can trust and who's been confirmed by the U.S. Senate, for her not to be able to weigh in on such a consequential, important battle. There's a lot of pushback right now on whether or not Arizona was too early to call. It's been called by Fox News. A lot of the.
Well, I want to interject something there for a minute. And I say this as someone who's currently booked to be on Fox tomorrow morning, so we'll see if they were listening to the live stream, and we'll take it back. Fox News, as a pollster, is the worst performing pollster among cable news networks. This is a fact. It's documented on 538. The head of their polling unit is Chris Steyerwalt. And so I think that he actually should have answer for some of the predictions that they made this cycle, particularly about a number of these different calls that they've made. They failed to call Florida for hours. Britt Hume brought it up on air. It was insulting. They still have not called, as of this recording, Ohio and Texas. I realize that Fox tries to strike a certain balance and tries to, be very fair because they're mindful of the kind of criticisms that they're going to get. But at a certain point, you're actually damaging yourself, particularly when you're having people who just do not know how to do their jobs properly on air. I was on air the night that they rolled out that poll about the Indiana Senate race in the midterm about Mike Braun, where they said that he was losing overwhelmingly. And I asked beforehand, please don't make me talk about this poll because I'm going to have to criticize your pollster because no one believes this poll. No one thinks this is accurate. And I think that what we've seen time and again is that they bend over backwards to try to make themselves seem, perhaps more moderate or something like that. because they're worried about being depicted as being some kind of state media outlet or something like that. This is my brief Fox rant. I'm not employed by Fox. I like a lot of the people at Fox. They're a way better network than any of the other cable networks, and you should continue to watch them. so
that you can see Christopher Bedford.
Exactly.
Yeah. If they are right, and then Donald Trump has not won Arizona, that has gone Democrat, that's going to mean that he's got a narrower path to victory than he had in 2016.
He's got to win one of those states.
Yeah, and basically, if he's lost,
unless he wins Minnesota, he's got to win one out of Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania.
Yes.
Yes.
He basically, it looks like he's going to have to. And Pennsylvania's 20 votes are coming in, extremely important, extremely important. And right now, they have shut down vote counting in Pennsylvania, essentially without good reason. Other than
It's ready for some hanging chads.
It's naked ballots. That's the naked ballots.
It's a healthy lead, though, right now for him in Pennsylvania. And we just looked at Luzerne, where we were. A big question emerged.
Philadelphia.
Well, but the question is also Luzerne, because our question in Luzerne was, we assumed Trump would keep it, but that was an enormous shift. I mean, he won it by 18 points, and he's up right now. I think it was about 35% in by a similar number. I haven't looked at Northampton. But I mean, these are the places where can he repeat what he did? And so far he's repeating what he did.
The question is going to be, can Philadelphia manufacture votes? I mean, this is sketchy, potentially criminal activity, shutting down vote counting right now, with keeping poll watchers away, calling satellite polling.
Well, but this was always going to be one of the issues that I was worried about going in terms of people having trust with what would happen, because typically it's Democrats complaining about day of polling shutdowns. That like, oh, this place didn't stay open long enough. There were people on lines, etc. This time around, you had it reversed, where they were telling all these Democrat voters, go vote in advance, send your mail-in ballot, etc. And the Republicans were defiantly saying, no, I'm going to vote day of, because that's the way the president says my vote will be voted.
So if Trump and his team look at these Pennsylvania numbers and say, notwithstanding whatever legal challenges may come, we're pretty sure that we won. Does he just declare victory and then at least set the argument as one where he's declared victory, Biden hasn't, and that's the table?
But that's both of their plans. I'm quite certain. I think that's Biden.
But does Biden down whatever he is right now in Pennsylvania with 42% or whatever? Is Biden in a position to do that?
Yes, because if it's going to come down to a situation where the voting is so murky and sketchy that they can get ahead of the narrative and try to gel it in the direction that they want it to go, they'll take that opportunity, even if it requires some gymnastics.
But isn't Biden right now in the position of having to say, I don't think we've lost it yet? Whereas Trump is in the position of saying, I think we've won it already.
Roll out someone to say, I don't think we've lost it.
Right, Podesta.
That's a Podesta.
But isn't that where they are, right? I mean, if you've got the lead, if you have a significant lead.
We're facing the circumstance that the Transition Integrity Project, which, by the way, was run by a bunch of people who, include a bunch of non-Americans, which still remains weird to me. How do they let all these non-Americans run various campaigns? I mean, no offense, but go back to Canada. It's America's hat. The thing that I think
commies.
The thing that I think is interesting about this is you have a real scenario here where the lack of clarity could prompt people to go absolutely insane and do crazy stuff. In the Transition Integrity Project's model, for instance, where they had uncertainty, I believe they had it happen in Michigan, not in Pennsylvania. They had something like a ton of ballots destroyed. They had like a bunch of different random things happen.
Now's the time that we need Jeffrey Toobin to stimulate the court response.
Yes, very aggressive.
Well, we're talking about election
very aggressive,
forecast,
and of course with tenderness.
Yes.
The thing that is troubling to me about this situation is these people are currently despondent. Tomorrow they're going to wake up angry, and they're going to try to figure out ways to screw with the response because they believe it's morally just.
Yeah, but that only goes so far. Look, I grew up in Philly. I cut my political chops in Philly as a teenager.
At Eagles games.
But well, I mean, it's a big part of it. But
He
you know,
cut a lot of things.
before I decided like I want no part of this, I'm going to go do theater, and then somehow found myself dragged back into this. But no, I mean, listen, what we would say in Philly, it's like, well, how come like every elected official in Philly has been indicted, right? And the answer was like, well, if they haven't been indicted, they're not working hard enough, right? Like if you're really working for me, like you're going to get indicted at some point. Listen, for something.
I think this comes down to Pennsylvania. Yes, I agree with everyone, and that's clearly how it's playing out right now. But I think we're not taking into consideration the scenario, and I think Chris is looking at this on this map right now, that Biden starts to gain an edge in some of the other Rust Belt states, which to me seems unlikely because he does seem to be doing so well with those voters that he needed to turn out, that he did turn out in 2016. But if at the end of the night, Biden starts to edge out Trump in those Rust Belt states, and it comes down to Pennsylvania, what does the map look like at that point, Chris? So if Biden starts to leave those states,
that's a point where you're going to start caring about individual congressional districts in Maine and in Nebraska.
Right.
I mean, those could end up being the margin of that scenario, given the map that we currently have it. I know that we have been having a lot of people in the chat this whole evening, and many of them have thrown questions at us. I'm just going to invite you as we kind of wrap up some of our coverage, though I think my colleagues here are going to continue it. I have TV early in the morning, that you can throw us a couple of questions about things. I don't know if you have curiosities about how Dave learned to roll cigarettes, or anything that Emily knows about Wisconsin politics, particularly related to cheese. But feel free to throw it that way, and our producer for the evening will throw it out as well. One of the things, Chris, that I think is going to be really critical here in the coming days is this disinformation idea that I brought up earlier. There's going to be such a crush of media. This is disinformation about this polling station's result. This is disinformation about these ballots here, there, and the other place. Like there's going to be a crush of that. How can people just naturally build up their immunity to it?
I mean, any networks, and a lot of them, if that's what you watch, if you watch CBS or ABC, the chances that you hadn't even heard about the Hunter Biden scandal until the debate are extremely high. I've heard that over and over again. The absolute monopoly, whether it's on the Twitter censoring the campaign and the spokeswoman for the White House's personal account, and the third largest newspaper in the country, or whether it's CNN or MSNBC or NBC, you can't control such an unbelievable amount of the information in this country at all levels, in its distribution, in its creation, and then still claim that you just couldn't get enough information out. At some point, you have to call bullshit on that.
Yeah. Questions? Anything? Nothing?
No.
We've done such a good job.
Yeah, we're answering literally everybody's questions.
Nobody has any
in real time. I can't think of anything anybody would want to know on a night such as tonight.
Yeah.
Someone wanted you to comment on how Trump didn't hold Arizona, but is leading other battleground states.
That's a good question.
Yeah, so that's a good question, though. I do think that call in Arizona seems a little early to me. One of the things that we've seen in Arizona in the past is that it can get a little hinky in terms of the calls and the times that certain things come in. At the same time, I do think that this is one of those situations where, look, we don't know. There's so much unknown about the situation as we have it in a lot of these Western states, that the expectations that were built in, could be very much, out of alignment with what we thought was going on. The Florida result, the Georgia result, the North Carolina result, the South Carolina result, not matching up to what we thought was going to happen. The Texas race being so easy to call right off the bat. Arizona, the flip side is, I'm really curious about how much the Martha McSally candidacy actually pulled down things for Republicans in the state generally. She was a terrible candidate. She really did a bad job, I think. The flip side of that, as I said before, is John James in Michigan, who seemed to be overperforming the president. We don't know what those numbers look like, though we have some early indications that he might have overperformed again. So I think that that's something that bears watching. We'll have to see play out over the next several hours and perhaps days.
Yeah, no, and that's, I think, going to be also a key thing about this entire night, and that's going to continue for the next few days, is how some of these states count their votes. And if you follow politics professionally, if you are someone who pays really close attention to polling, you might have insights on that, but the rest of the country doesn't. And the media is going to be the ones they're going to be the force that sets the narrative about how these ballots are being counted. And as Ben just mentioned, there will be a crush of complaints about disinformation. There will be a crush of complaints, and we saw this already being teased in the literally months before the election, that Trump is going to stage some sort of coup, about the results. And so it's going to be a situation. I think we are heading into a situation, and I don't want to speak out of turn. I don't want to get ahead of my skis, but depending on what happens in the next couple of hours, if this country is going to bed with serious complaints in a lot of states on both sides of the aisle about how these ballots are being counted, we are headed into a very rough position, because it's going to be a bitter fight between the Trump campaign, the media, and the Biden campaign, more so between the Trump campaign and the media than even the Biden campaign.
Yeah. I think this is going to be a really interesting, period of time to analyze, because there's so many people who got so many things wrong.
We have one good question, I think.
Okay.
Most likely state to flip between Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan.
Well, I mean, you two gentlemen, what do you think?
Michigan.
You think Michigan?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Based on where we're seeing the Senate candidate there, and based on how I've actually kept up also with the sources that we spoke from the ground, some of which in the GOP were hesitant and are feeling more bullish now.
Look, I think this is going to be fascinating to watch, and when we started this evening out, we were saying amongst each other, I thought that this could be a very early evening. If Biden was to win, Florida or something like that, it would be a knockout blow. If he was able to take some of these, other states, it would have been something that was clearly definitive.
Are we not getting any more Pennsylvania results tonight?
It looks like they have really rounded up.
So where are we right now? Where does Pennsylvania stand right now, with them having I guess, stopped counting for some reason, because this isn't America anymore. But who stops counting? I mean, get the people some coffee.
I mean, there's still a lot of counting to come from Philadelphia, for example, and also West.
But
50%, 56.5% right now for Donald Trump, with 50% reporting. It's just, there's so much.
That's a lot to make up, man. It's
No,
it's
not. I mean,
Not if Philly's out, and right, so it looks like Philly's
Look,
out.
Philadelphia is not done counting.
I think
Philadelphia is 46% counting.
again, this is the scenario that we had talked about when we began.
Yeah.
The certainty scenario of a situation where the election might come down to one state, and maybe even one state plus some congressional districts.
couldn't be a better one than the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Best state in the union.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to depart because I have TV in the morning, as I mentioned. But Dave Marcus, Emily Jashinsky, and Chris Bedford are going to continue maybe monitoring this and jumping in a little bit.
Can I sit in your chair when you're gone?
No. Yeah. Ben, what say, Ben?
I'll let you fight it out.
All right.
Subscribe, by the way. Everybody who's watching,
Yes,
please
definitely
subscribe.
Thanks for tuning in this evening. This has been great fun. We really appreciate you watching. And Thunderdome 2020 has certainly lived up to a lot of its promises. Thanks very much, Bedford.
See ya. Welcome back to Federalist Thunderdome. Watching this election now, we are approaching 12:30 a.m. and it is absolutely the silly time. Fox News has called Arizona for Joe Biden. Now, they're the only ones to have done so far. There are still lines, I'm told, from folks on the ground in Arizona in heavily GOP districts, and no votes have been tallied so far from Election Day. So, well, the Democrats absolutely could take Arizona from Donald Trump. That is not at all, like not remotely, something that you can call yet. In the meantime, I'm back on the East Coast. Speaking of getting ahead of ourselves, well, Donald Trump is still ahead 53.2 to 45.6. There was a large ballot dump in one of the counties, just reported a bunch in DeKalb County, Georgia, heavily Democrat, and that moved the New York Times meter from a 70% Donald Trump win, I believe it was, chance of winning, to a 68% Joe Biden chance. Now, at this point, if Donald Trump loses Arizona, loses Georgia, this is starting to take away from. This is real danger for him. At the same time, Pennsylvania has been removing poll watchers of the GOP, but literally engaging them in some areas where some of them are texting me right now, and have slowed down vote counting and stopped vote counting for the evening. So we're entering the silly zone where we could stay up here with you all night until 5 a.m. But we're probably going to do some closing thoughts on what we're seeing so far, what you guys have seen, and at the short of it is it does not appear that we're going to have a winner this evening.
I saw a WHYY in Philadelphia just tweeted about 15 minutes ago that there is some counting still going on. So I in Pennsylvania. So I
you know what, in Pittsburgh, for example, the poll watchers have been told to stand down because they're locking things up.
Yeah.
And that gets to what this is a segment that you need to know before you go to bed, because there is only so much that you can know before you go to bed, because this is going to start moving really slowly. And that's, as we started this live stream earlier in the night, that's exactly what we said was going to happen. And it's not that we had brilliant foresight. It's that all you had to do was look at some of these states and the way that they said they were going to count the ballots, be they mail-in ballots or whatever it is. You could say, well, those states are bound to be close. It's almost certain they're going to be close, and certainly tighter than some of the polls have them. That's all turned out to be accurate. And so what's going to happen now is the process is really going to slow down. So you're going to have, like Chris has mentioned, counting stopped in Philadelphia. We're going to get into margins in those Rust Belt states where it's so close that to make any sort of call would be silly in either direction. And it's actually not just going to take hours. In some states, maybe it'll be hours. Some states, we're perhaps looking at days. So this is going to start, we're going to start getting this stuff over the next, I don't know what, like 6 hours, let alone 12 hours, let alone 24 or 48. So depending on what happens in the next 6 and 12 hours, we'll know, how far out this is going to push. But basically, you can go to bed knowing that the machine is going to start moving really closely. And unless something very surprising happens, you probably will not wake up to there being a winner. Would you agree with that assessment?
I think that's what it's looking right now, especially in Pennsylvania right now. And I will say also, if, and I want to be very careful on Georgia and very careful in Arizona, if the more dire predictions are correct potentially, and those do go Democrat, that Donald Trump needs to win Pennsylvania. Not only does he need to win Pennsylvania, but he'll need to win, looks like, two other states. But these things, like Emily said, we're at that point in time where it's extremely difficult and things are no longer moving fast. We're in World War I right now, month 2.
Yeah, I mean, my thought, in terms of going to sleep tonight, waking up tomorrow, and moving forward. What's that?
It's going to be hard to sleep.
No. Well, we probably won't, but I mean, I hope some of these people will, because they don't have a ridiculous job. I'll have a column in tomorrow's New York Post. It's up online right now, and really my message is, like, your side might win, your side might lose. Whatever happens as far as that goes, you're an American, and that's.
Are you giving us the New York Post one?
Yes.
Okay.
And
you can check out Dave's article on this in the New York Post.
Yes. And the fact of the matter is that as always, the ship of state will get through these stormy seas, and will arrive in the safe harbor of democracy. The thing that we know, though, is that this is not, whatever happens, this is not a repudiation of Donald Trump and his
I think
supporters.
it's way too early to even discuss that
Well,
kind of.
No. But I think we already know that this is not what the Never Trumpers wanted in terms of
Well, we know that for sure.
Yes, right. So we know that. So we know that whoever is president, come January 21st or whatever day it is, we're still a very divided nation. But we're a nation that really needs, over the next few days, as we figure this out, to exhibit kindness, to be good to one another, and to understand that that's really the bottom line. Don't hit people over the head with baseball bats. Like we'll work all this out as a country, and I think that's what we learned tonight. This has been a realignment. The parties are in different places.
We know that for sure.
Yes. And so we'll work through this together as Americans, as we always have. And that's the best thing that I can say, I think.
Well, and that's in the New York Post. You can read it in the New York Post. But I think one thing that the most likely situation right now is that we see a repeat of 2016 on two levels. First of all, that the polls were much closer and were not picking up on Trump support in particular states that existed. And the other thing that is shaping up to look like is this is going to be close and going to swing in one direction or the other, not turn out to be a fairly decisive mandate level margin, meaning, as Dave said, the country is very divided. But what that also means is that the conventional wisdom of the corporate media, which over the last 4 years has accrued the supplementary support and force and power of big tech, acting in concert, that's wrong. The conventional wisdom is wrong. And that machine just spent 4 years going in the exact opposite direction, rather than trying to engage with all of those folks in Butler, Pennsylvania, that turned out, as Tucker said, to the point where they almost obscured the horizon. The crowd was so big the other night. The bottom line is, we know that that's happening. We know that that's happening in numbers the corporate media doesn't love. And we know whether the president is Joe Biden or Donald Trump, that's not going anywhere. And what the results tonight say is that it's like that's the sort of takeaway from the results tonight. And that's something that Tucker preemptively said a couple of days ago. But what the results tonight show is that this is really close, and that in the last 4 years, the country has not roundly rejected Donald Trump, even in a pandemic that caused a recession. This country is still divided. There was no mandate for Joe Biden. And there's kind of an interesting question to be asked of whether, the Democrats had run a different candidate. I don't know who that would have been, if these results would be different right now. That's hard to say. It's also hard to say so much of what happens under a singular figure like Donald Trump is singular to this moment, right? So like the inroads that Republicans seem to be making with minorities as we reflect on the results in Florida, which are surprising a lot of people tonight, not a huge surprise to us, because we sent our staff writer Tristan Justice down to Florida a couple of weeks ago, who came back, and there's some videos on this channel which you should subscribe to, of Tristan saying Hispanics in Florida are very excited about Donald Trump, and that's something that's turned out to be true tonight. So those inroads with minorities that the Republican Party seems to have made, is that something that's durable in a post-Trump world? I don't know. Are the working class supporters durable in a post-Trump world? Are the suburban Democrat voters?
2016 was not an aberration, right? That was the question coming into this was, okay, maybe in 2016 Americans were just so frustrated with everything that they gave this reality TV star, a shot, this famous guy a shot, and it didn't work out, so now we're going to move back. No, that clearly didn't happen. 2016 was not an aberration. Americans want something different than they've gotten from both parties or at least many Americans, almost half of Americans, want something different than they've gotten from both parties over the past 30 years. And Donald Trump is that different thing. I mean, the important thing is to love each other and love the country. And no, Yeah, Chris is rolling his eyes. 'cause,
And I'm laughing.
No, I know it. You're laughing. I know.
I'm trying to figure
This is.
out
Yeah, I know. I'm not trying to give an Aaron Sorkin speech here, but like, bear with me, man. Like, let's not freak out. We know something new about the United States of America. We know now that we didn't know a few hours ago, is that this country is very divided on these questions of what our place in the world should be.
So we have some questions, and one I'm going to throw to Chris right here. Someone wants to know if it's odd that Joe Biden is about to speak.
Yes.
Why do you think that is?
I'm wondering what he's going to say. I guess it's not odd. I mean, usually you want
It's bedtime.
Time for pudding.
You want to talk to your supporters before the end of the night, but I'm wondering what they're going to say. I'm wondering if they're going to be how confident they're going to be on Minnesota, which Fox News is ahead of the game on calling
For Biden.
Joe Biden.
Okay.
Which, if that's the case, if the New York Times is right on Georgia and then Arizona and then Minnesota, then Donald Trump needs to win Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. He's going to lose.
All three.
You're putting Georgia in Trump's column in that?
No, that's Georgia in Biden's column.
Okay.
So that's if everything that's if all the different not confirmed by any more than one person.
Yeah.
And more than one outlet results that are good for Biden and bad for Trump are confirmed.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Which isn't that much. I'll tell you what, it's a much more narrow path than it appeared to be 2 hours ago. So it's anyone's guess. I would assume that Joe Biden's going to give a stick with it. The fight's not over. This is going to continue. We need to be peaceful. We need to be peaceful in the streets. We need to make sure that.
You think he'll say that?
Speech.
Oh,
I'm just guessing. Yeah.
Why
I'm guessing he won't say that.
Do you think the Trump camp is going to be? Do you think that they're sort of wringing their hands, annoyed that Biden got out ahead of them right now?
I'm not sure. I don't think they have anything that they. No, I don't think so. They'll be fine for them to speak second.
I'll be surprised if Biden addresses the question of violence in the streets at all.
I think it'll just be more like love.
Alluding
we need
to
it. We need to be
like my
relax.
like
not,
the
don't
stuff
be violent.
like the stuff that I just said that you hate.
Yeah. It's gonna be more of just say, stand with it. This fight's not over.
Mm-hmm.
We're all in it, and I'm going to be the president of all Americans, not some Americans.
I'm the president of everybody.
Yeah. I think that they might both get that, but we'll see. Donald Trump's at the White House with a lot of people right now.
So wait, but let's assume. So hold on. So let's assume that the doom and gloom regarding Georgia isn't true, and that Trump holds Georgia. Then where does that land us in terms of your Michigan and Arizona situation?
I was wondering the same thing. So Georgia is how many?
Because we know Lindsey Graham won, right?
Yeah.
So if that's the case, then Donald Trump just needs to win Michigan.
Okay, so that's a very different ball game.
And Pennsylvania.
So who's called Georgia so far?
Or just Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is going to be we're in must-win territory.
So this is
a must-win.
Again, this is exactly what we said was going to happen tonight. In that we're going to get into a situation where you have
Unless you won Michigan, Wisconsin, and lost Pennsylvania. So you need to win 2 of those last 3.
So. No. What we're saying is that we're coming down to a situation where the math is in those states. There's this very close math, and there are all of these different equations, and they're all in states where we're not going to have definitive results tonight, and perhaps not for the next couple of days. And right now, there's all of the sort of number crunchers are saying there are 10 different scenarios that can happen here, and none of those are going to be clear for quite some time.
Well, one thing looks like it's looking reliably like, unless Arizona slips back, is that Donald Trump is going to have a difficult time repeating as many electoral votes as he had last time, which is interesting considering all of the gains he's made with Hispanics that we've seen and the gains that he's made. Mainly with Hispanics, and seemingly, they're not quite sure yet. And we know in Hispanic counties, we have to wait and see in some of the majority Black cities and counties. But that would play to losing someone, which is what we've been talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
That the suburban white voter who might have.
And I made the argument yesterday on Twitter, and I got some interesting blowback from, of all people, Megyn Kelly, when I tweeted out and I said, listen, the Republican Party now has to be a party of the multiracial working class. We just have to let the suburban college educated women go. Like they're gone. Like for us to try to,
I just don't think that's true.
well, I think the problem is that, I'll give you one example. I mean, you take an issue like trade, right? On trade,
Suburban women aren't voting on trade.
Well, they're not voting on the issue of trade. They may be voting on the issue of how much do products cost, right? And a free trade agenda helps you if you're a suburban person who's not dependent upon the manufacturing industry, because you're getting cheap products and this is what you've gotten used to, right? If the Republican Party is going to say, you know, the flat screen TV is going to cost a little more because we're going to make it in the United States, that's something that plays in the working class that doesn't play in the suburbs.
I just don't. I
You
guess
think that's too in the weeds for?
Well, I think it's too in the weeds. I don't necessarily know that factors into the decision, but what I do think is very true is that there is nobody else like Donald Trump. I actually literally wrote a piece on this today. There is nobody else like Donald Trump. There is no Republican that has the sort of stylistic advantages and disadvantages of Donald Trump. And so if it's Josh Hawley, if it's, Tucker Carlson, whoever it is, they don't sort of turn.
Before we just do this whole discussion on like the future of populism, let's, I think we should just wrap up tonight. It's
I want to ask
12:45 in the morning.
Yeah. Just one quick question. Like, if this realignment is in fact what we've been talking about all night, do you think does that ultimately have to do with Donald Trump, or does that ultimately have to do with the fact that the American people and demographic groups within the American people have shifted in terms of how they look at what they want from the government?
I think it's a combination of Donald Trump and the Democratic Party mixed with maybe, the Democratic Party abandoned the white working class, but they also abandoned the regular working class.
Right.
They've been focused very much on the luxury, absolute peak luxury goods of wokeness, which is not something you can really afford to be focused on. But exactly how this alignment is going to shake out for the next 4 years will be decided this week. I think we'll be covering it from here. We'll be covering it potentially from Pennsylvania if it comes out of that. And
do you want to go back to Pennsylvania?
I think we maybe
go to whiskey business. I want a rematch with those guys in pool because you blew that. I left you a perfect leave.
I got the only shots in.
I
missed that ball.
I left you a perfect leave on the 8 ball, and you shanked it like it's unbelievable.
Oh, that was.
You can come, Emily. Do you want to come?
No, I'm good.
No, you can come.
No,
it's fine. We'll all share a hotel room.
Does anybody want to symbolically extinguish the candle?
Yeah, sure.
Get your COVID germs away from me.
Thank you for joining us tonight at the Federalist.
Please subscribe.
Please subscribe. We'll be starting up again tomorrow morning or early afternoon when we'll have some more results. Also tune into our writings and to our homepage and subscribe. And we'll be back to you because it looks like this is not going to be a quick election night. Now get some sleep, America. We'll see you in the morning.